Welcome to the world's greatest game. Yes, welcome to the day where we see Sherlock Holmes again. It's time. It's been a week. I miss him a lot. It's time for more. It's time for me to simp and be proud of it, okay? If I do say so myself, I have a fine taste in men. and we do get to see Sholmes. So all is gonna be well in the world today. Welcome to the stream, everybody! Hi! Oh wait, that was poorly timed. I was gonna okay. Hi! I hope you guys are doing well. I've been thinking about this game ever since I got off stream yesterday, and I've been trying to make time go by as fast as possible, and it's not worked at all. Yesterday was the slowest evening of my life. But I finally can stream, and I finally can play the next episode. I'm in love with this game so much. I don't know if it's like bad or good. I haven't decided whether my obsession with this game is bad or good yet, but I don't care because I'm having a really, really, really good time. And you know what? I think that's the bottom line. If I'm really having a lot of fun, like this amount of fun with a game, that can only be good, right? It's fun whenever you really sink into a game. Ugh. It's such a good feeling. I'm so excited. So, that being said, thank you for being here, everybody. I appreciate it. And now I am too impatient, so I'm just gonna go. We wait no longer. We are now on the memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro, the mysterious case number 2 with Natsume. I think that's where they're going with this. So we'll see. We'll see. Here we go. Episode 2.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road.
Yes.
As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night.
That night?
I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival
of course, the great detective discerned the truth. I'm sure he did.
It only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
I was wondering if we were going to see that guy again, the really flamboyantly outfit. Yeah, we saw him right after the case. I remember that. He was fighting outside of the apartment. He was arguing with someone. I remember. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. We're back with Ryunosuke! I'm a fledgling lawyer, just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Is that my stomach? Holy shit. I am hungry. Iris, where's my breakfast? What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I'd better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Here we go. This is August 30th, 7:28 a.m. at Sholmes' suite.
Oh, Bruno, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Oh, she made me bacon. She's the best.
Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Shh, not another word, Mr. Naruto. There he is, my man in the vest. Hello, vest. Nice to see you again. All right. Don't look at it for too long. It's okay, just move on. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation, repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. Oh my god! God, I'm gonna lose my mind. I see, so that's it. Okay. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again.
I wish this costume's too cute, Fox.
Thank you for the 100 bits. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruto. You have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation.
The baby, and the 10-year-old who watches over him.
It took me a second to get that. I just choked on water. Good. Okay. I'm fine. What a time. Okay. What a time to be alive. So he wants a smooch. Oh, he definitely does. Actually, no, he definitely doesn't. Doubtful. Oh, God. Okay, I'm good. Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, those two facts point to you have been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, I don't look for admiration, you understand? My hair has always looked like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you.
Hey, they pulled your button off?
Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? So he pulled off my button. This is getting very strange. As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped! Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Oh, God. Of course, okay. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful! Great! What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring.
But Hurley, Renault said that when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning.
Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name.
Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend.
And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes's lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of the highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as published in Rance magazine. So, Mr. Naruto, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Well, I received a letter from Japan.
Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really?
That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us about it over breakfast!
Oh yes, what fun!
Okay, Miss Sasato's letter. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by International Post.
Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it.
And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer in the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case.
Really? Oh, isn't she wonderful?
A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Thanks, Holmes. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume? No, I don't recall that name. But of course you don't. Of course you do! We helped the man twice! You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago? Ah, the mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache.
He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley.
Ah yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. So, what was the startling news penned by Miss Sasato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes. It's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Sasato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago. For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh. On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Mrs. Sato's father questioned him about the case, she says, and something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram.
Oh, that case, yes! It was very strange, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well.
Oh, that's the Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh. That changes things. So it was a case that occurred off screen in the time between case 4 and case 5. And Sholmes deemed it so important that it can't be published due to the dangers of it. Sholmes, remember! Or are you just like playing it off that you don't remember? Which of the two, you son of a bitch? Really, I said that. Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Mrs. Sato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan?
It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan.
Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Ah, yes, because her father had passed away. No. No. It just said that he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse.
A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home. Why would he do that?
I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that, I wonder what Mrs. Sato's father is hiding.
Hurley, do you know what it's all about?
No! The vest is gone! Bring it back! Fuck! Ah, well, who can say? What? But you just said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris?
I will, Hurley. Don't worry. See you later.
He scuttled off rather quickly there. What orange? Herlock isn't dumb, man. Like, I can't tell if it's an act or not. I hate it. He ran away. He has to be playing it off. He has to be playing it off. Because if anything, Herlock can't lie. He's a very, very bad liar, but he can run away so that he doesn't say anything, right? Bitch. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Sotsuki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes.
Aha! I found them at last!
Iris! Are they...
The notes about the case, that's right. Susie and I compiled them together.
The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Bruno? Okay, so this is separate. This is a separate case. This is a separate case from the Hound of the Baskervilles. But what does that have to do with that? And these are related. These are related. I'm convinced that they're related somehow.
Why are you British? I thought you moved to Canada, Crystal.
Joke's on you, Jebby. I actually moved to UK. I've been lying to you this whole time. Thank you so much for the 15 months, Jebby. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. Why would you do something like that? I don't know, because I feel like it. I do a lot of, like, stupid stuff. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light.
That's the spirit.
And so Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail, I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Here we go. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick, and nobody saw her attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Sosuke-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Sosuke-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Was the man's recreation after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bots at once. So Susato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. Oh, rat! Oh, you can't see. Wait, it's hidden under my camera. Look how cute the rat is. Cute. 21st of February, 5:30 a.m., St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward. Oh, hello, Sholmes. There you are at last! Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh! You're late! What on earth took you so long? It's 5:30 in the fucking morning. Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was woken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Thank you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. She's so cute. Just introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here.
Boards out everyone ODS conspiracy time.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, you're just gonna observe? Thanks, Sholmes. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back.
Her name is, yes, here we are, Miss Green.
Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Cute.
Oh yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think?
Maybe.
My, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had a sense of matters of the heart.
Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. I'm not even gonna say it. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it?
Ah, I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses.
Really? It's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it?
No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before.
Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Alright. Anything else? Besides the rat. I really want to click on the rat. There are lots of bottles in the cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
If you were a patient here, I feel sure that you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I've no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. What are you trying to say?
There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Sasato. Rat, 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 rat! But we'll save the best for last. This looks like the treatment notes from whoever occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital.
The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so
he or she is probably running around the hospital then.
Oh dear, how worrying.
What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. It's actually Sholmes. He still has that scalpel or whatever in his stomach. And it's, yep. Oh wait, this is before he got shot. Oh, never mind. This is the time before he got shot. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look, I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this.
Yeah, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two.
Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock.
Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Sasato.
Alright, do I click on the rat now? Okay, I'll click on the rat now.
A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo, an enormous mouse!
Vermin in a hospital. Vermin?!
Rats are cute!
That doesn't seem the best.
But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump.
I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. What?
This rat is so cute.
Look at him. He's so cute.
That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her.
All right, then, let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and...
No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings.
But the young maiden might have chocolates or biscuits or caramel. Of course. Good thinking, Ryunosuke. Very good thinking. Good morning! Aw, she has paintbrushes in her pocket just like the person in the picture. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan.
Oh no! Was it your
knife then? Are you that man who... No, I'm a lawyer.
And I'm Sasato Mikatoba, pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one?
No, I assure you that I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes.
Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back.
I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Mood. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. About the incident. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking alone on the pavement, what a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time.
But the case has been solved, hasn't it? While I've been here in the hospital, I mean.
Oh, hi, Sholmes. Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruto's hard work in court that solved the case.
Are you yet to hear what happened, Mr. Green? Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly.
Oh, I see.
Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh my god.
Oh no, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. Wow. Wow, Rinosuke. So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road.
Oh, I see. How very interesting.
Oh no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton downtown center. Does that mean Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Maleficent. Inferior means, I suppose Sosuke-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She's suddenly clammed up.
Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself prying into a young maiden's private affairs.
Oh dear me, do forgive me.
If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Awkward. Is there a Mr. Naro Fodder here? Mr. Naro Fodder? A narrow fodder now. Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me, but... Ah, Mr. Naruto! Good! This is for you! It's a message from a Mr. Saucy Nutsmeg. What? What the fuck is that name? Mr. Saucy Nutsmeg. Mr. Natsume sent a message to me.
But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume?
Exactly. What's going on?
What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning?
Ugh, what are you waiting for? Let me see that.
Oh! Well, this is most unexpected.
Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes?
Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? He says, have you not seen this note?
No, how could I have?
It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest.
A new case calls! A case of murder, no less! We must depart at once!
Murder?
Call a cab! Time is of the essence! But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That would be entirely inconvenient.
Convenient? What do you mean?
It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings.
Wait, what? I'll hail a fiacre at once. I've never heard of that word. What is this word?
Define fiacre? Small four-wheeled carriage for public hire.
Fiacre.
Fiacre. Okay. It was only yesterday that Tosuke-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address. We may very well be he may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or, so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. Dun dun dun! All right, February 21st, 7:18 a.m. Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That guy. Is he dead? What on earth? That's the guy who was arguing outside the lodgings.
Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead. Oh, okay.
Welcome soon to Mr. Naruto Esquire.
Mr. Natsume. Oh, why?
Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Willful worm without wiggle. I see. You're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Ah, not the horrible Herlock Sholmes! Shove off! Show yourself to the door! I never invited you! He's so mad at Sholmes, it's so great.
Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume.
I am entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Oh, Gregson's here. Oh, good old Gregson. Here they are already, the busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. Ah, I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Oh shit, Sholmes, you can't just say that to him. Oh god, that's, oh. You can't say that! Oh my god. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Or good morning to you too, sunshine. All right, here we are. Everybody looks depressed. What is this wall? Why is it so patched up? God, this looks horrible. Oi, I said hands off. You're gonna mess up my crime scene. No, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance. I know you're kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? And Sholmes just laughs. Okay. All right, it sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. Sorry, let me observe the room. God, this place is a fucking mess. Why would a guy like this be in a place like this? That's like the thing that stands out the most to me, right? This guy comes across as like a high-class British citizen, and he's in this decrepit room. What? Okay. I don't even know how you even got here, buddy. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shamspeer? What the fuck? Oh my god! What? Just when I thought this game couldn't get any more fucking ridiculous. Are you joking? I can't. This game is so good. I take back everything I just said. Now I understand why Mr. William Shamspeer is in this room. It all makes sense now. Oh my god. I love this game. Mr. William Shamspeer. He was a lodger. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happens, or just dead. Mr. Shamspeer. I'm sorry, I'm still laughing at this. This is a dead person and I'm laughing. Okay. It was the landlord, old Mr. Garrideb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fella didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garrideb got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garrideb have a bad leg? Oh yeah, you're right there. It was just that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really, Sosuke-san? The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time inside my petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in his house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the culprit. I mean, cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. It certainly does seem that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man, how unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been a goner that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Am I still not allowed to touch anything? Mr. Natsume? What a terrible thing to have happened! It's only been 3 days that I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences! So, the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right! In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So, did you know the victim? Were you friends? Writer like writer? What is the matter with Sosuke-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? Never! On my honor, I swear it! What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruto? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Throw that inspector over there! Oh. I'm sorry, I can't get enough of this man. I love him. Mr. Sholmes. What are you doing? Huh! You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room for 5 minutes.
Hi, Crystal. Just wanted to say hi. I will be watching the stream. BC, I bought this game after watching you play it a bit and don't want it spoiled. Just wanted to pop in and say that I hope your vacation was good and you had a good week.
Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 4-month resub. I really appreciate the support. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. Oh boy, here we go. Are you guys ready for another logic and reasoning spectacular? My goodness. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, now that you've proposed the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. I forgot I was here. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! All right, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please! Pretend I'm not here! Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant! Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. All right, here we go. Oh, but of course. Let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. Here we are. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Here we are. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Cause of death. Conclusion. Well, I guess we're getting there. Oh, that's a lot of shit going on. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate, which contains, you will observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposefully upon the dish? Like the victim's Last Supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it, of course? The fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. I love this man. I love this man. I love him. Though personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. You what? It got worse. I'll fucking die. I can't. Conclusion: poisoning from soap ingestion. Topic 2. Suicide or murder. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of my doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. Conclusion: no possible perpetrator present. Don't worry guys, his soul was cleansed when he died, so it's okay. Don't worry. He's good. This concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes's Great Deduction. And Gregson just had to sit and listen to all of this. He's probably dying. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You're disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruto? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think that the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man has barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary. In truth, I've tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. I am so done. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and split the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe I did. Oh, God. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Chat, just so we're clear, the greatest detective in the world is telling you that he doesn't recommend eating soap. Just to boil this down into one sentence for you. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touched a nerve somehow. No, nonsense! Ugh. Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in at an obtuse angle. Wow, that sounds like me with all of my theories. I fucking hate it. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. All right then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the key words in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions, and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little bit more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular Act 1. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison.
Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you'll observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposefully upon the dish, like the victim's last supper? In fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Natsume looks at the camera with the question mark! Huh? I don't know why, just that theatricality just gets me. Oh, man. The Natsume what? You can't deny that a fork implies that the man was eating something or about to eat something. Well, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than to attempt to eat it with chopsticks. And of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. Do you think he was drinking tea with his soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing. How about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it so he could gulp as much down as possible. Please remember that he may not have actually have been the soap lover that he's been made out to be. Look, there's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamspeer must really have loved the stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Mr. Naruhodo. Look closely at this soap. Do you see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? What the? How can that be? I think that they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. Can I click on the hat? I like his hat. And his shoes are cute too.
Take that!
Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. Oh, but it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. I love the look that Ryunosuke is giving Sholmes right now. Bitch, what? It is such like a bitch what look. It's so good. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. Oh, God. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer that we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched with foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted of the contents of the plate. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Oh, I don't get a big screen here, but I guess I was okay. A Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dried tea leaves. What is this description? A Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dried tea leaves. Oh, that's how I'm gonna describe tea from now on. Beautiful. It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty.
So we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea. My thoughts exactly. If the victim didn't eat the soap, then what did he eat? Yeah, it's a real mystery, isn't it? Ah, I've got it! He wasn't interested in eating the soap at all. It was this fork he wanted to satisfy his hunger with. Oh my god, we're as bad as Sholmes now. Mr. Naruto? I really don't think it's helpful to continue with this line of reasoning that the gentleman had peculiar tastes. Sasada-san has such a gentle way with words, but I know when I've been told off. Beautiful.
Take that!
Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups had been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in this room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. Ah, there he goes. We got it. Poison in the tea. Right. Suicide or murder? The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamspeer was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues. Chad, I got a theory for you. Are you ready for it? It's a good one. I got a really good theory this time. When I say really good, I mean like really good. All right, so the body is still warm, right? This is a fresh death. Yeah, this just happened. So, this is Mr. William Shamspeer, is it not? Is this not William Shamspeer, chat? And my next question I ask you, is Mr. William Shamspeer not the author of Romeo and Juliet? Huh? You know where I'm going with this? Do you? I am led to believe. Shh, just roll with me. Just roll with me on this, okay? All right. Mr. Sholmes' deduction is clearly all wrong. 4. Mr. William Shamspeer was paid a handsome amount of money by the government to fake his death. The same poison used in Romeo and Juliet to temporarily kill a person. They would appear dead on all accounts, but come back to life the next day. Got him! He was paid for by the government to frame Mr. Natsume before heading back to Japan. He will be alive tomorrow, using the same poison that is used in the story of Romeo and Juliet. Are we now on the same page? This body is warm. This just happened. So, clearly, that tells me this is all a ruse and a farce to frame Mr. Natsume into being a criminal. Got him. I'm using my brain now. All right, let's go. Mr. William Shamspeer, you know, he's trying very hard to be the real William Shakespeare back in the, I forget when he was alive, 1600s, whatever, really old. He's trying to be the next William Shakespeare, but no, he's Shamspeer. So he's been trying to write these plays, trying to mimic the plays written by William Shakespeare himself, but he's poor. He dresses so fancy, but yet he's dirt poor. He needed the money so much, so the government paid him this enormous amount of money that he couldn't refuse to stage this frame of Mr. Natsume in the haunted apartment. I have figured out the entire game. You're welcome. All right, that's it. That's all I got. It's a teacup. It is, and it too is empty. Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand, we can assume that this is the cup from which Mr. Shamspeer was actually drinking it. But if that's the case, this changes everything. Everything we've deduced up to now is turned on its head. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel. Other teacup. Here we go.
Take that!
Take that! Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication at the victim's last supper. There was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night taking tea with the victim. Oh, what are you talking about? Utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable! To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Right, Mr. Sholmes. I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruto. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read... Oh, these are Natsume's 3 books. Oh, that's awkward. I'm sure I've heard those titles before. Could just be a mere incredible coincidence, huh? But they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed. Sosuke-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them, that's right. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Pile of familiar books.
Take that!
Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books. Quite so. It's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth. Mr. Natsume, you purchased you purchased these books 4 days ago at a secondhand bookshop. It's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your room, will you not? This very moment. No, never! Non-negotiable! If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So, you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of the poisoning. In that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor... Ryunosuke's! Was you, Mr. Sosuke Natsume? Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes's great deduction. Conclusion, Sosuke Natsume at the scene. I need more of these deduction thing, logic and reasoning spectaculars. They're the best part of this game. You can't convince me otherwise. I love them so much. Not again, not again, not again! Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsume, it would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes? Door key locked, entry, exit, entirely impossible. Impossible. Luxier, thank you so much for the 7-month resub. I appreciate it. He's so flustered, he's being even stranger than normal. What? You think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You've had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. Misery me! Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. Oh, this poor man. Oh my god. The facts speaks for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible Sherlock Sholmes! Oh god, Sholmes is accusing this man again. I didn't put 2 and 2 together until now. He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? come on now, no dilly-dallying outside. There's a carriage waiting. Look, I'm student Mr. Naruto Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... You have to help me! Please, please! I'm innocent! Alright, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Oh, yes? My poor little kitty cat. Please give him breakfast for me! Oh, that's why we had the cat. It just appeared. But now we have the cat. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Sosuke-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. Damn straight it does. Thank you. Very cool. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. And, of course. Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Geradev, who discovered Mr. Shamspeer. Ah, Mr. John Geradev, yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right, we must remember to go and talk to him later then. What's this? It looks like part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is this significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps, when you look around the room. There's no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope, in fact, is there? Ah, she's right. And yet, here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree, we'd better take this just in case. Okay. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yeah, not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Ah, Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks. Yeah, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste that he should donate some to the needy. Yeah, he does waste a lot of wine glasses, doesn't he? That's right. You can suggest it next time we meet. Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim, shady goings-on. This one looks like a king's attire.
Thank you for the fun
A king.
times. I do enjoy the streams.
Thank you so much, Blasno, for the 4-month resub. And All Rise Silver, thank you as well for the 8-month resub. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. A king? I've always dreamt of being a king. Oh, I think you'd be more fitted to a feudal lord. A daimo, more such like. With a what is this? I feel like this is a term I should know. It's a haircut. Oh, that's, okay, how do you pronounce it? Oh, I didn't know there was actually a name for that haircut. Oh. Oh, I'm learning something new. John Mugget. Ah, okay. Every Japanese man wishes that he had a chanmage. Oh, you'd look wonderful with one, and you already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chanmage and a sword? Yeah.
As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. I mean, making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property? It's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sato? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. Yeah, at the bottom right, I noticed. Oh yes, it looks as though an amateur has broken out of a few of them here. Was it Mr. Shamspeer who did it, I wonder, being the lodger renting this room? Ah, look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge, and there's something on it. Are we not gonna look at it? Oh, it's so cold outside, you can feel it through the gap. It did snow all last night, it would be cold, but more importantly, what is on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap, what are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I have no idea, but the pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window? I think perhaps we should take one. There are two after all. Oh dear, I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at the soap. Do you see in the middle there? There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. It looks like the Hinamaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with the coins. I see, yeah. Now that you've pointed it out, I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin in here... That's right, that would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold. Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Gas lights, a gas stove. London really is a city of gas. But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. It's so much cozier. This is some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performances? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you could practice your art every single day. I'll think about it. If you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. This I have to see. Ha ha ha. All right, the body. Oh, the poor man. So young to die. Do you suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope that he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Do you think that putting our hands together in a Japanese
prayer will help a British soul? Sorry? I made sure I had a reference at the ready for such an occasion as this, actually. Wait, what? This book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British Way. I'll just reread it now, one moment. There's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? Ah, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamspeer and his guests drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. That's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking anything, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true, so one from Mr. Shamspeer's. And the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Sosuke-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Inspector Gregson, back so soon? After I threw a little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we'd better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being back in the cells, in a cell again so soon. Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? I knows theater when I see theater. Guys, I am Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You're welcome.
Why not check his pulse because he alive?
Thank you for the 100 bits. Smek, thank you so much for the 13-month resub. I really appreciate the support.
Automatic.
It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed! Oh, happy day! How does your knee bend that way? Walking Dead! I am so lost. The fella isn't dead at all? What was that nonsense he was saying, though? I think, yes. It was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. I don't want to talk about it. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare. At least Macbeth is one of the better ones. I did enjoy Macbeth, I'll give it that. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shamspeer, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment, and Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime. Whatever that now was. Oh, who's that man?
Whatever do you think will happen now?
Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life.
I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shamspeer did consume poison, as we deduced. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until then, until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody.
I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells.
What's this?
What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Sosuke-san's lodgings.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto?
Excuse me, could we have a word? Oh god, his jaw just like bounced like a bobblehead. He ran. Oh. Bye.
I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it?
I do too, but I don't remember. He was the guy arguing with Mr. Shamspeer. No? There were two people arguing together outside right after the case, I remember. And it was Mr. Shamspeer and that guy arguing literally right here. They were like yelling at each other on the street. It was weird. With the exception of the top floor where Mr. and Mrs. Garredev live, all the windows are bricked up.
Yes, that's because of an old window tax.
Yeah, I get it. In order to pay less tax, the poorer members of society filled in many of their windows. But the tax has been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could be all opened up again, surely. Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Ah, that is a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for living in a very cheap accommodation.
It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that.
I've looked at this bike before.
There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Mr. Garredev residence.
I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment. That one seems very warped though, especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think?
No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel is to be so badly warped, I'm afraid that the rider must have been similarly afflicted.
Then there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on this bicycle, I think.
Oh dear, I fear you may be right.
The snowman!
Why is somebody build a snowman on some pedestal?
Because why not?
That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruto. That's part of the snowman's body.
But it already has a perfectly good body.
It's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner.
And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man, I know how it feels. If anything, it's Japanese and British two-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it?
After all, real people do have 3 sections, head, torso, and legs. Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much?
Hey, I resent that. London's blanketed in fog again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can make out the Crystal Tower being built.
Ah, the Crystal Tower, yeah, the centerpiece of the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time.
Everyone's talking about the Great Exhibition of London at the moment, it seems.
Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait for it myself.
Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry?
The last great exhibition that was held in London had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. And this time, the British are determined to make it an even bigger success to outdo the Paris Exposition.
I see, that's an incredible number of people. And with so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed.
There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruto.
Being honest, that sounds lame. The Gyarados household. Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in a prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feel that it's a bit of at a bit of a slant. It does rather look as though it would collapse in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? And isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Sosuke-san has such a hunched back. So we can go to the Gyarados room to question Mr. Gyarados, or we can go to the prison. Oh, we can also go to Sholmes' suite for no reason whatsoever. I'm gonna go to the Sholmes suite. I don't know why. Maybe I just want to see Iris. Maybe Iris is here.
Iris! Aww! What are you writing up? Iris?
That's incredible concentration, that is.
I find it quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once.
Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea.
The blend third from the right would be good for you, Runo.
Oh, Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. She knows. And what the fuck is this nonsense? Enormous machine that takes up the entire desk, doesn't it? It's really very imposing.
Ah, Hurley's great analytoscope. Yes, it can analyze anything at all, you know.
I've never seen anyone actually using it.
It's his invention, so I don't know how to operate it.
Why don't you get it to analyze its own operation then?
Oh, Runo, you're razor sharp today, aren't you?
There's just so much in this room. Gyarados' room. Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because Mr. Gyarados' the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Ah, you chaps, eh? Good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Gyarados as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more Bailey nonsense this morning.
I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Gyarados.
Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? This morning's incident. It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Ah, well, that hopeless actor chap rises up 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bully answer.
And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door?
Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? That man could have just overslept by a half hour.
That's very true, Mr. Naruto, and if 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior,
I'd have to kick your door down every morning. You know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden?
Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door.
Mr. Shamspeer. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspeer, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspeer. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. How would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. If anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a body screw loose. So hard to choose which category Sosuke-san would fall into. Why would you think about that, Ryunosuke? Mr. Naruto, that's a little rude. He was doing research as well. Research into what? Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare! Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know, Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was written to Sao, though. Shortened. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were lots of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamspeer would have much in common. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Mr. Naruto, really? How rude! Why is she hearing my thoughts? After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now it must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember, and it was completely dark already. The failed actor chap was out at the time. Mr. Garrideb noticed that there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Oh.
Once upon a time, a little girl said, "I'm hungry." Then I waited 1 hour and 30 minutes before buying her an artery clogger meal.
I didn't say I'm hungry at all, though. So this is false news. But I will eat it today, so thank you. I appreciate the food. I will eat it much later. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamspeer got back. And the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he made his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark here. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything all right, Mrs. Sato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garrideb, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean. That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Thanks for the 100 bits. Does that old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? I say, I know what you're thinking. It's a bloody outrage. I'm an ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? Then how did you know Mr. Garrideb? How did you know Mr. Garrideb? It's the gas woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas. Speaking gas? Oh my god, no. What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? As you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside, and the gas company supplies the gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Obviously, the room would get brighter. Exactly. But at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. They dim? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Oh, yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable. Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they'll glow, and they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Right, I see. What? I don't know what's wrong with me today. By watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps or fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out exactly what's going on the whole house. Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Garrideb. Absolutely fascinating. Oh, well, nothing to it, really. And I can't really see that it's going to help us with this case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garrideb is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. We've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. Hold on. Okay. I wanted to make sure there was like a strange noise. I wanted to make sure if it was like my air conditioner or there's like construction outside. Okay, anyway. Okay. Prison cell. He's spending so much time he'll have to start calling it home. Oh my god. Why is the game roasting Mr. Natsume? This poor man. Look, Mr. Naruto. He looks defeated. Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now? Welcome, student, Mr. Naruto, Esquire! Yes? What is he? Tell me, is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Sholmes? He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolical deductions, that's not any of this world. They're not of this world. They've left me. Cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruto. You were heavily involved in that deduction, too. Moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh. The victim that we all thought was dead has actually come back to life again. Now, in the absolute worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! I'm stuck in this cell suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions! I'm sorry to hear that. That selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy, William. It seems likely that Mr. Shamspeer was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense. I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh. Oops. Mr. Natsume, does that mean that you did see the victim last night? I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Why am I cursed like this? What happened? Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell! Mr. Naruto, Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening, at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspeer. So you did go to the victim's room then.
Nice.
Caramel, thank you so much for the 12-month resub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I didn't do anything wrong! I've never been to his room before. It was the first time. Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties in with what Mr. Garadeb said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening at around 9 or just after when I took him some nice tea I'd brewed as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then? And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? That's right, that's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare! And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspear's tea? No, never, not at all! Team Juliet won, that was me, and when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was a fighting fit, I swear it categorically. So this was about Romeo and Juliet. Got it. My theory still stands. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you already before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me, they all laugh! That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I become a recluse, but even in my room I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. The rent is cheap. I have so little money it spoke to me. The rent. Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived before I took the room, died there. Oh. Oh no. He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't when the letting agent recommended me the place. I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave or blinkered? But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back watching me. Do you think that might have just been your mind playing tricks on you? No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who've died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me! That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mr. Shamspeer was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, I know it, and that's why. I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Phew, Susanoo-san knows how to make the man listen. Of course, Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse of my room as well. Oh, you mean Mr. Garradeb? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. Ah, perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no, it's nothing with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamspeer isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around, and he'll be able to tell us what happened when we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please, I do hope you're right. Ahem, excuse me. Oh, I thought that was Sholmes, but it's Gregson. Fuck. Inspector Gregson! I couldn't help overhearing what you said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh. Which would you like? What do you want first? Always, every time the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Oh, no. Nobody wants the good news first. Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Why did you ask me my preferences? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspeer, was just unconscious. He's come around now. Yeah, we saw it happen, and it's all terrifying glory. He's still he's still being treated by the doctors, and we managed to get a written statement from him already.
Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume?
Thank goodness it's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Sorry, no, that's not on the cards.
What? Why ever not, Inspector?
Mr. Shamspeer has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone?
Oh dear.
You don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life. Oh my god. Does all he do is quote Shakespeare? Like, fuck, this is exhausting. That wicked caitiff Sosuke Natsume. I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be waiting wanting to make the necessary preparations. No! Once again, Sosuke-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted, or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. To be continued. Well, here we are. Oh boy. 9:23 a.m. February 22nd, the Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Wait, this means we get to see Lord Van Zeeks again, guys, I think. Ah, the Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line. Good morning! Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Ah, yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court. I'm beginning to think he's right. He really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruto, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikitoba Esquires, what's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say! Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Sasato. Now, what is it? Holy shit. It seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Baron Von Zeeks! Yay! We get to make predictions. Van Zeeks! Oh no, no. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Sosuke-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zeeks is the prosecutor. Oh no. That even if the person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal right here in the Old Bailey. Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper! Pair of petrifying perils, potentially! Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Yes? I'm innocent! You have to believe me! You more than anyone now! Don't worry, I'll be your steadfast ally in every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promise to be a hard battle, I fear. Well? The trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. What? That's probably for the best. Oh, if he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zeeks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruto. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. I swear on this sword at my side and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. Oh, wait, that's Rinosuke. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Yes. Sholmes isn't gonna show up? Okay. He might. We'll see about that. Who is that lady? The fourth juror. I saw that hat. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. There he is. Van Zeeks, everybody. All right, let's put our predictions out there. Last time I was not too far off. This time I'm gonna say we get... Okay. I'm gonna put down 1 bottle of wine. He's gonna destroy 1 bottle. He's gonna destroy 7 glasses and 2 legs. 1 bottle, 7 glasses, 2 legs. That's what I'm saying. The prosecution is ready, and Dracula is back. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zeeks is such an animosity towards has such animosity towards us Japanese for some reason.
It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now he's back in the courtroom. Though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Sosuke-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Absolutely! I had a feeling this American wasn't innocent before. I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually.
Look at this girl. Damn, I noticed you from afar, woman.
I need to be out somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick.
I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight. The missus will go through the roof.
Oh, may the Lord show us the light, all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict.
The British jury system is so different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London chosen at random. Yeah, okay. Or at least that's the idea. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded it to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused represent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetuate the most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. Oh my god, we just started and he's throwing off the cape. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Wait, Sholmes or Gregson? Which one? Okay, Gregson. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Sorry. My brain is... sorry. I just completely froze on the spot. What my brain is thinking right now, it's questioning whether this is related to the tension that lies between Van Zieks and Gregson. Because if this case takes before the 5th case, so we went back in time a little bit, and in the 5th case, there was some really weird tension between Van Zieks and Gregson. So I'm wondering if it happened as a result of this case, or if it's something even after this, related to Strongheart. So my brain tried to put a theory together on what happened or when tension was created between the two. They seem weird. It's something I'm gonna be paying attention to, is how they interact with each other throughout this case. It's my thoughts. Oh, my brain completely crashed. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Sasuke Natsume from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student, study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume. Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garadep household, where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeer. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeer collapsed in his room as a result of the poisoning by what? Poisoning by strychnine. What? Okay. Sorry, a lot more words that I don't know today. Stritch? Bitter, highly poisonous compound obtained, okay, plants, an alkaloid, and occasionally been used as a stimulant. Okay. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means I presume that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident? Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to an or exit from the room impossible. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeer, lives to tell a tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. It was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photograph print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Ah. Interesting. There's a couple things I'm noticing. Pretty sure stain wasn't there. The envelope is new, and the floorboard also. The floorboard was also raised. That's 3 things. A chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right. Everyone present believed that exactly what he was. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. The crime scene photograph has been entered into the courtroom. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes, yes, yes! As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted! Haunted by evil spirits! Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me! What about me? I've been nearly killed countless times! Killed, Mr. Natsume, how? Even on that fateful night it happened when I returned from Mr. Shamspeer's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out and somebody tried to kill me! You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord, one more. A conclusive point. Conclusive, go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeer, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit. I mean... The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Order, order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Sosuke-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeer's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never! The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information that we've heard before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection? None whatsoever, my lord. Good, then you will give your account of events on the night in question in the court now. Yes, my lord! It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Yes, I see. It all relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably, though. The teacups have been examined for traces of poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? As it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance? How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nepalese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable, why? Simple enough, there was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We need only a drop, but that drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I see, thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right, I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Okay, here we go. The catastrophic night. Alrighty, it was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift.
Hold it!
Were you and your neighbor good friends then? No, we weren't friends, not at all, not at all. Never, ever. A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shamspeer fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Come now. No Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings when I ran into Mr. Shamspeer outside the street. That was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged 1 or 2 pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though. So I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate, but did I have ill intentions? No! Not 1, not 2, not any! Not at all! Never! Ever! A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. Why is Van Zeke so attractive? I hate this bitch. It's just like Mr. Sholmes, but like way different. I hate them both so much, but I love them both so much, and they're both attractive as hell. I fucking hate it. It really sucks. Anyway, we had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11.
Hold it!
A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare. Ah, a very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet. Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. A reenactment, okay. Right. So we battled it out in Greco-Roman style oh my god. Mr. Shamspeer had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest. So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He as Romeo and I as Juliet. And after a vigorous wild tussle,
I, as Juliet, came out on top, a victory I'll cherish forever. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was! Do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
This is... I love God. Oh man. It's funny because like when you're a theater kid, yeah, you do stuff like this, but like I can't say I've ever done like rehearsing scenes in costume unless it was like for a dress rehearsal. So this is just so weird to me. They're just like, they get so heated about Romeo and Juliet that they just decide, you know what, I have this costume over here, let's throw it on and reenact. Like, what? Just picturing that in my head is so fucking hilarious. As a person that did that used to do that in theater a lot. I would go over to my like, what's the word? My friend, I guess. My friends' places that I would work with, that would be my co-actors on a stage. I would go over to their place to rehearse some lines, and we never got in costume. What the fuck? Although on that note though, I can relate to the fact that like to get properly in character, you take like an item, like sometimes like having something helps you to get into character. Like for example, if I really wanted to get British, I can guarantee you that me just holding a pocket watch and me using it and my practicing would definitely enhance my Britishness. Can guarantee you it helps you get into character having an item, but like full costume, come on. What the hell? They are more theater kid than I will ever be, man. I'm jealous almost.
Hold it!
There was not a drop of leaf left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have had licked it dry. Britishness. Yes. This enhances your Britishness greatly, I assure you. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume? Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. The landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to the room at 11 that night. Aishiru Vandal, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub for 3 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And how was the landlord able to attest to this? He said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector. When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garadeb seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's one key to Mr. Shakespeare's room, Shamspeer. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside the room. The victim had confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right, my tea was harmless, completely harmless. If you take the poison, you die. Everyone knows that. It's not that simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Strychnine takes some time to have an effect. People don't keel over immediately.
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. That seems to be a lot. There seems to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. And it further degrades Sosuke-san's alibi. I have a medical report for the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out really, and the accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, the court will add this report to the court record as evidence. Yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say? This is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused had left later on. Exactly! Me and my tea are innocent! Sweet and innocent, I tell you! I'm afraid so, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So, you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. And as long as you did that, Mr. Shamspeer could have locked the door after you've gone. But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo and Juliet were stronger, that came after the tea. Do you have any evidence to support that statement? In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot. Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. Yikes. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruhodo. Go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently, yet Inspector Gregson just brushes off what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So, we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, that's what we need to focus on is the poison in the tea. Let's listen carefully to this testimony again. Okay, we actually have a lot of stuff to look at. We haven't looked at anything that we've picked up. So, let's take a second. So the secondhand book receipt. Wait, I still have this? Oh. Nearby street map. Bourbon, Natsume's Lodgings, Your Books, Meerschaum Street, Calabash Road, right. It do be torn. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Miss Sasato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the adventures of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, you can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo, never! Bar of soap. Wasn't it red before? What is it, Mr. Naruto? This bar of soap, when we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression, just here, a reddish one. Oh, yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty. Where could the disc have gone? When did we get this? We obtained the bar of soap while the victim was quote-unquote dead. So... what? These are both so broken. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Unlikely the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down, too. Sorry, Mr. Naruto. Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. There is no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup, which implies that he just gulped it. Yeah, okay. I recall at the crime scene there was like a floorboard raised over here, which I found strange. I don't remember the stain being here as well, and also the envelope is not there. So, he must have drank the tea. Natsume left. He acquired an envelope through this hole in the wall. Somebody sending him a message. And then he ripped it up, put it somewhere, and faked to death. Lots of weird stuff. Alright, William Shamspeer. Cause of coma, ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine, toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion, high likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on 21st of February. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of its symptoms. No container from the poison was found at the scene.
Hello.
So, okay, I'm thinking I present the teacups. Witcher, thank you so much for the 2-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. It's a little confusing what they want from me here, but I'm gonna present the pair of teacups here. To me, that makes sense. I don't know if the game is gonna make that make sense.
Objection!
Okay, it didn't make sense. I was just playing devil's advocate. Yes, you do appear to have something of the devil on you, Mr. Naruto. Says the man merrily dishing out penalties. Okay, that was worth it. Strychnine takes some time to take effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guests left. The argument still stands.
Objection!
Fuck! Yes, undeniably. I love how confident Ryunosuke is. He's so confident. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm doing you a dirty right now. I'm so sorry. This case just started. Oh boy, we're in for a doozy today, aren't we? It's the pocket watch. I blame the pocket watch. Okay, so the only things Gregson is saying, strychnine takes some time to take effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guests left. The argument still stands. Yeah. Do I? We're just trying to... I mean, we could, I don't know if presenting the envelope is actually gonna do anything because... it wasn't there, but I think that's for a later time. I don't think that's for now. So let me reread this because I'm dumb. High liquid of the substance and being mixed with the tea. The victim was drinking, but no samples could be obtained for testing. This is not gonna get me anywhere. Why am I throwing away all my... It's like I don't care about losing all of my points. Let me go back. Let me backtrack a little bit. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? But he came back to life. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guests left. The argument still stands. Yeah, I'm not trying to prove anything wrong about that. This kind of would be like supporting his claim by doing this, but I'm doing it anyway.
Objection!
Oh no, not the devil's advocate again. No! That's fine. I wonder what the red medallion has anything to do with it. Also, hold on. I gotta tend to my air conditioner. Be right back. And I'll fill up my water bottle while I think. Okay. I'm back. I am speedrunning the guilty. It's all good. In my head, they make sense. Okay, the game wants me to do something about Gregson, but let's process of elimination here. So 9 o'clock, heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, at which I went back to my room at around 11. Yeah, okay, I feel like I could present something here, because if he's saying that he went back to his room at 11, that was after the debate. Oh wait, no, that actually wouldn't be supporting, would it? But they found him at 1:30? Dead? At 1, they're suspecting it took place at 1:30. That's 2.5 hours. I mean, I'm gonna present it. That makes sense. I mean, the timing is what's weird here.
Objection!
Mr. Mr. Natsume, you said it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes! And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on that information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine. Actually, I think that there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. What? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning, and yet the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. That's right. There's more than 2 hours after missing time there. In other words, if there was a poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? They both have the same animation. Wait, that was weird. Are they like... The defendant's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks? Oh, we got our first glass and first chalice, my friends. The game has started. Pray, forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you asked? First glass is already gone. That did not take long. I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30. Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a very well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot. And in my country, there is an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned, other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, counsel? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend. From someone who has nothing to substantiate it. We do. We have the letter, but okay. The victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide, counsel? Mr. Shamspeer has categorically denied the suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying. Van Zeeks is pissed. Is something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. What? What? Out, brief candle, life spot a walking shadow. Oh my god. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more.
It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Who, sir, are you? William Shamspeer, my lord. Alas, 'twas I undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness. Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy am I, Shamspeer, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence and perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear the victim. Oh boy. Oh god, I hate how he looks. Oh, this guy just randomly appeared. Alright, so that's Mr. Shamspeer, but who's that other man beside him? He looks like a postman. One that would deliver a certain letter. But whatever. Yes, I think I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bard to be recalled to life anew, lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shamspeer. Oh, the name's Meterman. Adron B. Meterman. I work for the Ultima Gauss Company. East End branch office. My food just got here. I'm gonna get my food. I hate these names. Oh, okay, Meter Man! Yay! Hello, Mr. Meter Man. Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Yes, she's right. It's him. What's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Sosuke-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah. Ah, we spotted him outside Mr. Gyarados' house that morning. And he's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with this case? Mr. William Shamspeer, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips. I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. They're actually taking this serif anagram idea seriously. Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspeer doing here? The gas man, I mean. What, me? Well now... Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor in his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meatherman? Hey, hang on, no, I'm just here. I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened in the night of question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. I hate his smile so much. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening bearing a gift of tea. But merry bitter was his drink, and when he left I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, not else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round back-tasting fella. What did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamroom's room? Shamspeer's room all night? I'm still trying to say. Okay, Shamspeer, okay. That's right, of course, the bloke's window is all but locked up, isn't it? There's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. The question is, sir, why? Well now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man! Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words. What'd you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony would have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Oops. I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. What? We just started. Counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Here we go. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening bearing a gift of tea.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs? And at what time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room?
Mustachioed.
Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea.
Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes.
And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before.
By which I presume he means their discussion about who was stronger, Romeo or Juliet.
I, Shamspeer, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment.
I dare not imagine the scene.
Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of jujitsu, but ne'er did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the comely maiden.
Juliet beat Romeo up. This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room?
My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding.
Shut up.
Bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. If the defendant had really put the poison in your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain.
Gladly, tea is an easy task. 'Tis an easy task.
What?
I did drink of the tea, not whilst my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal.
Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire, after all. Thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amid such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea.
Romeo and Juliet again, and who was stronger? Mr. Shamspeer, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker?
Oh, but of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words didst attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil.
We all know what that means.
'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
Hold it!
So you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper?
Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time.
Sorry?
I would that my belly were full no more oft than the sun doth rise.
Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say.
Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber be then the costumes of mine art.
That would appear to be the case, as even the rodent was found starved to death in your room. Now that I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single player script anywhere.
For I have devoured them all.
You've eaten them?
word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? You know, I keep thinking very often when I play this game, like, oh, this game can't possibly surprise me any more than it already has, you know? It can't possibly get any more ridiculous. And it just continues to surprise me. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. Oh, oops.
Hold it!
But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through the gap. Yeah, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, and that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meatherman, after the accused had left and returned to his lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide? How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know that the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Yes, lucidly explained, counsel, thank you. It really was, you can't argue with that logic. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fellow.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fellow, so you can't be sure if it was a defendant.
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and was quite dark, so I didn't see the mustache. But he showed up around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspeer drink tea together? Nah, sorry, couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was the silhouette of that little round-backed fellow wearing a pretty dress. Oh? And the pair of them started kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. They really did, like he really did dress up as Juliet then. Okay, that did actually happen. Got it. That was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Meatherman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question, Gasman's honor. Hold it! Oh. What? My lord! Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman? I've kept my mouth shut and listened up until now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? After you identify those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
The 3 missing hours, as you put it? In the end, what difference do they make? None, as far as I can see.
And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. If I don't take 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top.
What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
All right.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Glass number 2. So this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I believe. To the guilty being punished.
Get up, Mr. Naruto, please. The trial isn't over yet.
Oh, they gotta tell us about this. This is technically a different game. Oh, the next one. So they gotta explain the summation. Here we go. Look how happy Ryunosuke is to do this. The man is thrilled. Why am I not surprised at my learned friend's inability to admit defeat? You chose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. They all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. The right remains and must be upheld. Here we go! All right, bring it on. The jurors' contentions. The victim may not be well off. He's a noble man and straight up, there's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy. Wow, judging someone. Okay. There is no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman for now, at least. I really don't care, like, I just need this trial to end. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when reaching my age, you know? Nothing at all. Okay. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. I've come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeer is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. Sadly, nothing Mr. Natsumi has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how this works. No. I'm good. I played the last game, please. I'm good. Should I let her talk me through it again? No. Here we go. I am ready for the summation examination. The defense's rebuttal. Oh, we can actually press them. Okay. Thought it was gonna be a basic one.
Hold it!
There are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. The point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. When you take that gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, that's alarmingly logical. Let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I've gladly changed my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same. Isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. Although I don't see it happening. What's that elderly gent on the end here, you know? You'll have to speak up. I really don't care about this nonsense. I just need the trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury? None. All right, sir. I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said.
Hold it!
Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid? No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. So you say yet again? Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously, it's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all. Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy.
Hold it!
No. Not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though. And you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. The victim's versions of events is backed up by what the big chinned man that's next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh. That's another 3 steps. All this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right, and the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. There's no evidence to suggest the gambling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is the most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Good gracious, Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. And I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quinby, gotta be used properly. Ultimate Gas is the best in the world, of course. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruto. He bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? So, would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching was Mr. Shamspeer was up in his room? I'm afraid there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night, we're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamspeer is... You wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can't... That umbrella, ugh. Finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin. But seraphs hear not insults, only choir of angels in song. He may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an ultimate gas explosion. So Mr. Shamspeer has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement? My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before that part about object evidence of violence, but it's not too much if it's not too much trouble. Oh yes, of course. What's up?
Hi.
What's up? Oh, you're just saying hi?
I'm just saying hi.
I thought you were gonna show me latte art.
I wish I just finished my coffee.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Chad!
Tom's here to say hi for a second. You doing okay? What?
You're so cute.
I know, I'm very into my game.
I'll come back and go.
Oh, you can stay, it's okay.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, have fun. Everybody, aw. The chat saying, hold it! Ha ha ha. He'll come back later. He said he'll be back sometime. The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality, he's a common thief of my company's gas.
I guess I should pit this now while I have the chance. Those two statements are fundamentally at odds with one another. Oh, it's not. Okay. Okay. That made sense, but I guess not. Till you got your facts straight. Keep your pointy fingers to yourself. I thought I did. We're trying to find inconsistencies in these juror statements. I know! She was trying to... Whatever. It made sense to me. Fuck off! I'm not backing down from my position either. Guess this one.
Objection.
They both work, okay? To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 1. What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas? Yes. The victim who you claim to be noble straight-up man? In fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much.
It's true, we don't have evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. You heard me, seeing as his operation has already been compromised. I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch's office employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, my lady, Gasman's honor. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. So I could show that Mr. Shamspeer was a liar. You assured I could show that Mr. Shamspeer was a liar. You assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. I did say that. As a man of honor, I'll hold to it, and I am sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
Well, yes, now that we found the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the man further. If I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying, so if this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground. I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning.
Mr. William Shamspeer, if that's your real name. We of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of man you really are. Get fucked.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Victory!
Let's go.
As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leanings has changed. Not only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord and order the trial to continue. Don't mind if I do. Van Zees is gonna be so pissed. There she blows! Chalice number 2. You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamspeer. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find that they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. The Scatsman speaketh that which concerns him most, naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while,
when it hath no substance and it doth reek foul. Oi, what'd you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shamspeer, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart. You flowery-mouthed pompous beanhole, just because I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspeer, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. It is my considered opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of the witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further. I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes. Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man had been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? Absolutely, Lady Quinby, Gasman's honor. Very well then, we will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspeer, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, it'll be my pleasure on the Altamont gas name, if I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Woohoo! Yeah, sweetest honey! Yeah, oh god. The bee thing gotta go. Very well, as an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful! It's gonna sting, you mark my word. You will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes, is that clear, my good man? Clear as Altamont Gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mrs. Otto? To think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. Uh-huh. I'm not gonna lie, I want that hat. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collector agent. Altamont's gas meters accept through penny bits, each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow, he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Oh, there's the third chalice. Will he break it? Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hollowed chalice. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zeeks? Did the mustachio Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. There it goes. Clearly which separated the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance.
This could turn out to be a crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Oh my god, and the bottle! The chalice and the bottle, but oh god, he's pissed. I said, wait, what was my prediction? 1 bottle, 7 glasses, and 2 legs? I still stand by it. Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a very violent mood. He does. An attempted poisoning, an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance, but I wonder the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step is uncovering it. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Yeah, I guessed 2 legs. So, I hope it's, we'll see about it. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch executive meter collecting agent. That's great for you. On Mount gas meters accept 30 penny bits. Each coin gives. Okay, let's. Yeah. So all London houses that have a gas supply are fitted with these gas meters, are they? The latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So if a 3 pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night. A bit more than that usually if they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Thinking about it, Sosuke-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating. Yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins. I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter costs the company an awful lot of money. But happily, I did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part. Because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. And yet the meter in Mr. Shamspeer's room didn't have a single coin in it.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been punching gas off of us for ages. And you've examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeer's room, I take it? Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume? No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeer Special. That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3 penny pieces. And even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation when I opened up the money box and found it bare. You know, you what? I said, you what? And the look on his face, that smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jemmied open anywhere, not a single sign. And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what? A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Oh. Right here. No wonder they call you Meter Man. I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is going. Okay. Definitely, although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Oof. The
The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Hold it!
There's only one key for all of your meters? Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get a hold of the key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened. How? I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens. Would you care to explain? Well, now in order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock to remove the cover. And when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it. Oh, a seal. Oh, like the sort of thing you'd put on an envelope. Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal. In the case of Mr. Shamspear's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said. But the seal hadn't been broken either. That would mean Mr. Shamspear somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it. It would seem so, but that would be impossible. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, I don't know what is. Huh. Let's take a look. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruto, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would... You know, you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. It does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Ah, the seal. Oh, what's that? What? Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruto? Just here, there's a little hole. Do you see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. Do you think it might have been opened by Mr. Shamspeer? Possibly. It seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it. Certainly seems to go all the way through the inside. But there's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. Okay, I don't think... I think we're good here? Now I gotta go through again. The meter, Mr. Shamspear, didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. I guess I should present it. I'll just present it now. We only got one shot left, so hopefully we got this. Wish us luck.
Objection!
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Oh, what? You're right. You're quite right. There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspear secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be all surprised. Well, why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get a farthing through that. Lady Altamont? I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? What I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins, how it's dismantled. How does it differentiate coins? Wait. Yep. What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it? No, of course not. Well, how does the meter know that the coin isn't being fed in a through penny bit? Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A through penny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see? Other coins just won't fit. Ah, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it's pertinent. So that... okay.
Hold it!
I'm just gonna go back to that. Anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally be used. Would, that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to an certain extent as well. Would have thought of that, though, anyway, if I'd find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter. The contract says that the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled in as a fine. We live for moments like that, as gasmen do. Live for them! It would seem the gas company has thought of everything. Woohoo! Hurrah for gas! Hurrah for cash! Ultimount all the way! That's quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are through penny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. Ooh, what do you think, Mr. Naruto? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on. Asking about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. Yeah. Delve deeper! How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does make some sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel. And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you it's quite impossible to dismantle it. Ah, that's why there's a, that's why at the bottom... Okay. So that's why at the bottom there's this giant puddle on the ground, because he puts in a fake coin that's given in the impressions of the bars of soap, whatever the red thing was, and then he melts it. So all he needs is a small hole at the bottom, and everything that's inside melts if it's wax. If it's made out of wax, it would just melt and drip onto the floor. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. All joints on the meter are welded shut, and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. But he didn't need to dismantle it, he just needed to melt whatever was inside. How do I say what I want to say? Okay. Also, our thing is also gone.
the medallion that was in here. Our medallion's gone. That piece of evidence would have been nice, but we don't have it. I don't know where to present this bar of soap. Oh, this is a button that I pressed. We have an autosave, it's fine. Yeah, because I don't know where to present this. The meter in Mr. Shamspeer's room didn't have a single point. Yeah. So maybe here? He's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? I mean, I could, press this again?
Hold it!
Is it even worth it? Has anyone ever tried? They've tried, they've all given up before long. After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yeah, that makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is it welded steel, is its welded steel construction significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction we should be focusing on. So we have to change the testimony to what we want it to be. Do we want... Oh, yeah, the dismantling doesn't matter. I think it's the coin shape that matters. The bar of soap. So we can... Okay. You change it to what... Oh, that's clever. I like that. Okay, I'm gonna skip all this. I didn't realize that's what the game was doing. So you have the option to change the testimony to the option that you need it to be on. And in this case, we need it to be on this one. Yeah, and then we present the bar of soap, which equals the size. Let's hope that we got it.
Objection!
Uh-oh, the music didn't go off. Oh no, game over! Dang it. Wait, if you don't present that, then what do you present? Because we don't actually have the red medallion in itself. We just have the impression. The letter, maybe? No, the letter wouldn't matter. Can I look at the court record in a game over? Oh, they actually do let me look at this. Ha ha ha! You think I'm done, bitch? No! How would I... Like, I understand what's happening here. I understand how he's doing it. He's melting it. But... how do I prove that? How do I say that? Ooh. Your Honor, I've come to bargain. You see, I just presented the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
Guilty!
So we have the...
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, wait! I'm so stupid. I could have loaded a save before this whole thing played out. I'm too in my head. Oh, I still could have done it there. Oh shit, it gave me the option. I'm like going through this whole thing every time, and I could just like load. Whatever, bro. Okay. So we can change that testimony to one of two things. I don't understand. How do we say what we want to say here? How it's dismantled, I mean, we're not dismantling it. Maybe I just present the hole at the bottom again? But we already presented that. So that just seems really strange. And there's nothing I can do about this being gone? I wish I could present this as evidence and like show the floor, but I think that's for later. That's not like a now thing that I'd be presenting. That's a later thing I would be presenting. Whenever I said this, okay, if it's not the coin difference, maybe it is about the dismantling and I would present the hole at the bottom. But again, that doesn't seem to make sense. All joints on the meter are welded shut and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. I don't like how that's worded. There's nothing I can really present with that. But this is what... You know what? Let's hear the end. I don't even think we actually got to the end here. I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in the very same room. According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamspeer's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume. I know it does seem that way, but the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked. It may seem that two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact, they are intimately connected. Yes, we've experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is just another instance. Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. If the Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Shamspeer so earnestly, there must be something to it, but then how has he been managing to steal their gas? I know how he's stealing it! Ugh. All joints on the meter are welded shut, and the lock is made from solid steel. That can't be it. It has to be the coin differentiation, I'm sure.
Hold it!
Because that one just goes nowhere. There's nothing, there's no evidence that we could present on that one. The meter is designed for coins the exact diameter and thickness of a threepenny bit. Why is this not the answer? We did find this swoop at the scene, didn't we? Yes, there were 2 bars on that little ledge outside the window, so we took this one. That's the same thing that it said earlier, though. No? I'm so mad, dude. Just because we did that, I don't think it auto-saved. Wait. I swear to God, if I just needed to look at the fucking soap again, I'm gonna be so mad. I already looked at the fucking piece of soap, you bitches.
Objection!
Are you for real? I had to look at it twice. Why? Okay. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and the thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeer's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly.
Something the size is a threepenny bit. What was it?
The item in question is this. Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap.
Certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say.
It looks like I'm gonna have to point out exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap is this part here. They make you examine it to reveal it and then click on it again. You made me click on it to get here. I should not have to do this step. Bruh. Oh my God, and now okay. I'm just gonna have a nacho. Nachos sound great right now, don't they?
Got it!
Almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. Sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? Chat, you're all whining about bullshit in this game. This is the only time I've experienced bullshit in this game. Literally the only time. It's not bad. I don't know why you guys are you're making this so melodramatic as the game is. Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now, to see if it fits. My word, it couldn't be more snug. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded.
Well, I don't believe it.
Oh, glass number 4 is gone. So your assertion amounts to what? So that some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas. Yes? The depression in the Ryunosuke turned into Dracula. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkable simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. It could make fake coins in no time! The dude's a genius. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamspeer has been using to steal the gas that's been the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet.
This is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them whenever he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altamont, in the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear.
I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There is one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room. If that is your assertion, counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Where on the gas meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen? Oh my god, I have no idea.
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside! Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found this soap. I get it! That's right, the answer, of course, is ice. Did you say ice? Mr. Shamspeer has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. And then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. And as his room becomes more comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. We did it. Just like that, so simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us with some bars of soap and some water. That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless. I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence. Sorry. I want evidence if you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish. I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it. We can, in fact, provide evidence, chat. The floor at the base of the meter in the picture. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspeer has been stealing gas. I really hope this is right.
Take that!
This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson, and it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeer. What remnants? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspeer's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain. Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage and the occupant was heating his room in all of his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence too. There is. Mr. Shamspeer slumped over the table, apparently having consumed strychnine.
And right there next to him is a bar of oh, they're just pointing out that one, right? You're right. It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? Pardon for disagreeing with your lordship, but... certainly not. I like how Lord Van Zeeks just tries to say it so nicely. If it was Ryunosuke, he would have been like, my Nipponese friend, you are such a dumbass. But because it's the judge, he has to be like, I'm sorry, my lord, but I respectfully don't think that that's right. In truth, Mr. Shamspeer was found with a fork in his hand. A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Van Zeeks. Do you mean to say that he was using that fork to... Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. Good gracious. Oh! 2 bottles of wine! No! Oh, there's so much left to this trial. There's so much left. And there's already 2. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. Oh, God. I was throwing my hand up in despair and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray, forgive my maladroit mistake. What can I throw? I want to throw something. That sounds like fun to try out. Wait, I'm gonna reenact Van Zeeks here. I have a bottle of wood glue. Cosplayer things. Just like, so instead of like casual...
This is empty. Yeet.
Oh, thank you so much, 100 bits. So instead of just Van Zeeks going like this, he's just like... He's like, oops, my finger slipped on something. That's so funny. What the fuck? That's so fun. Oh, that's great. Just whoops. Oopsie daisy. I'm sorry about the bottle of wine. What is the meaning of this, Counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend the question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well... that Mr. William Shamspeer is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it! That's exactly it! Very well, let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there was no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shamspeer is a liar, you claim him to be. These facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, The prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. You... What? Well, counsel, how does the defense respond?
Mr. Naruto.
What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all? Lord Van Zeeks is saying, raise an objection. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? But counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shamspeer to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Zeeks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption, but made due to a lack of evidence. Ooh. But the situation has changed now following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand. The letter. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider. Namely, was there another visitor? Because we have the letter. Or was somebody else responsible? No, I think it's was there another visitor? What if the victim did in fact have another visitor besides Mr. Natsume? If that's your assertion, by all means, tell us who it was. Ah, yes, well. Who was this mysterious third party? Wait, who? I think it's a little too soon to be naming names, my lord. On the contrary, it's a little too late, much like your defense. No! It didn't happen, it didn't happen. Nothing bad happened. Nothing bad happened, don't worry, guys. Don't worry about it. Fuck. They needed to know who. I just wanted to present the letter. Come on. Come on. Dang nabbit. This save just happened. That's why I wasn't concerned. Ugh. Okay, raise an objection. We're back here. How do I explain the letter? Okay. Was somebody else responsible? Let's try that one. What if it was somebody else entirely who poisoned the victim? If that's your assertion, by all means, tell us who it was. Oh god, who again? God damn it! Why do they want to know who? Ah! Was the poison in the tea? We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeer was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There is no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves
Objection!
it. Huh? A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Oh, they're trying to... Oh, I'm thinking they want me to present the envelope. That would presume that another person was there. But no. They want me to present the teacup that had the line of tea on it. Fucking hell. I fucking hate this game.
Take that!
Just kidding, I love this game. Oh, is that wrong? Oh, shit. Then you will be digging for a very long time indeed, my learned friend. Oh! Where are they going with this? I'm so confused. No! I was so confident! I was so confident, you son of a bitch! Oh, we're falling apart. What's happening? We're falling apart. We're falling apart. Shit! I was so confident in that answer. Damn it.
Objection!
Oh.
Objection!
Objection, objection, objection!
Objection!
I'm missing something. My brain is elsewhere on this case. The soap? Alright, I don't want to go through that again. Oh, wait, shit, what do I do? Bum, bum, bum. Where are they going with this? Are they doing it because of the soap, or is it not the envelope? I really thought that the envelope, the torn off end of the envelope, would be like my answer. But apparently not. What evidence of this from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? Do I need to... Wait, do I need to do one of those things where I need to observe this again? Oh my god. Tea does that, I'm afraid, even green tea. So I did have the right answer. I did. I was right, alright? Oh wait, did I? That didn't actually do anything. Wait, I mean technically it did. It gave me a check mark that was not there before, which in the last case was the right answer. So yes. Max! Max, I love you. Thank you so much for the 16 months. I really love you a lot. Thank you so much.
Take that!
Oh no, it didn't work. I thought it would work because I did the thing. I'm sorry, Van Zeeks. Please don't throw a chalice at my face. I'm smart, I swear. Oh god, no, don't save. Ain't nothing bad ever happened. So like, this one has a check mark, and then this one didn't. So I thought like, I did it. does this not prove? I don't understand. Oh god. My brain can't think about this case at all right now. I got Sholmes brainworms, bro. I'm gonna be honest. If they want us to tell them something about the nature of the tea, I don't understand why the teacup itself isn't like the line here. But that doesn't really do anything in particular. Oh well, I have nothing to lose at this point.
Take that!
Oh man. I'm gonna eat my chips aggressively, just like Gregson eats his chips. My brain is not in this case. It's thinking of a lot of different other things. Really? Do they, maybe where they're going with this is like the nature of the wall, maybe? No. It was red, but... Wait. No, hold on. Oh! I think it just clicked. That's why it was red. Okay. My brain works again.
Take that!
Does it? Yes. Okay. My brain works again. Please. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's where they're going with this. The soap was used. Oh God. Okay. That took me way too long. I'm so sorry. That's right, my lord. It just came back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. What are bars of soap doing lined up at the ledge outside the snow? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice. There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly, something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red? No, you mean... That's right, it's obvious to me now. I used some of my brain cells and I got what the game was putting down. Just took me a while. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. I would remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeer's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never! Ah, yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing. So, on the night in question, hold on. Mr. Shamspeer, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. Woo! There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed 1 of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeer's window. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court, even if 1 drop of tea remains, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contained strychnine. Yes, you smug Nipponese. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Bailiff, bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Got him! It would seem I have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zeeks. None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite test immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. Prosecution and defense may conduct a further investigation as appropriate in the interim. I'm fine. Talking in a deep tone like that hurts the throat. We managed to scrape through there somehow. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow. My lord, you good? Now we dying. Oh god, yep. The deep-toned voices really kill me. Where's my desk? Oh, we just moved here. Right. If this is right after the 4th case, that's when Sholmes took me in. Right. We didn't move in yet. We made it back in one piece, just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Oh, I know. What a loss. What a lot of close... Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. You were very neatly flattened several times. Oh, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything all right? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean, at the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow into Great Britain and work alongside him. I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him.
And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I have no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us.
Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. You know, not only that, but then finding out that he's actually a bare-faced gas thief.
Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Sosuke-san poisoning the tea.
Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san, he didn't poison anything. And there's more to this than Mr. Shamspeer than we yet know, I'm sure of it.
Mr. Shamspeer certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first.
What's become of him, actually?
I was told that he'd been returning to the hospital ward where he was recovering treatment.
Oh, which one is that? St. Bartholomew's, huh?
We visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. After Sosuke-san stabbed her in the back.
Do be careful of your phrasing, Mr. Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone.
Perhaps we both owe Sosuke-san an apology.
St. Bartholomew's, yeah. We should probably visit the hospital later. Miss Green. I think Miss Green should be coming back.
So we know that Sosuke-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea.
But if that's the case...
How on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspeer's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspeer's room that will help solve the mystery.
Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already, but it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think.
Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap.
If we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that.
Kazuma Asagi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such strong promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court.
I'm gonna cry.
And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway. Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Cosmo, won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so I can accompany you to Great Britain? It's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. That you really ought to go into law, be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it, believe me. I guarantee it.
Cries for days. I can't do this. I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. London is the cultural capital of the world, the city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though. Wait a second!
Oh my god! Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! My brain had a moment. Why did I never question that? Why did I never question the fact of why was Mr. Sholmes on this boat in the first place? Did he ever say that? I don't think he ever said that. He was in Japan. That means that he was in Japan. And whoa, wait. Cause this steamship that we're on went from Japan and it was supposed to stop at Russia or something, or no? Why did I never think about that? Was he with Wilson? Wait. Was he in Japan? Wait. Because this is the case that we first met him. It's like, why was he here? Why was he on this ship? Oh my god. My mind is blown, bro. This has to mean something. That you cannot tell me that is a coincidence. That is not a coincidence that he is here. Now I'm like thinking if he was like in Japan the whole time during the Wilson case. Maybe not. He knows Japanese. Sholmes knows Japanese. Why did this never strike me before? Oh my god, what am I thinking? I hate how involved Sholmes is right now. I hate it. Oh my god. Ooh, I'm so irked. I'm so irked. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I had a moment. Okay. I'm gonna be thinking on that for a while. Shit. Okay, anyway. If you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh no. Never mind. Naruto-san. Sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better, that was his dream. That's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. I'm not in this case anymore. Oh my god, fuck. I do wonder if it's true, if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every time now and then, that's all. Naruto-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? I mean this. His katana? I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma. That's right, it's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asagi clan. A
Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. It can't be parted. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me, and I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Now that you would know, not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do. Yeah. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see through it to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I'd hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue. I am extremely bothered. Is anybody home in the Sholm suite? Iris isn't in her chair. Oh!
Runo, Susie, hooray, you're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups.
Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Oh, hi. What is that foul smell? Oh, it's Sholmes. Oh god, did he like not shower or something? The Wanderers return at last! Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court. Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, was it?
I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would like to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Oh, this is before. Is Lord Van Zeeks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruto. Oh my god. Not quite what I asked. But still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever it is that odor. Yeah, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed, that's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh dear. All right, I'll bite. What's he up to now? I'll ask about Lord Van Zeeks in a second. Foul smell? So what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well. Most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. What? Oh my. There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris?
At the ready, Hurley.
How does add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here? Do you see what happens?
It turned completely black. What a foul odor it's giving off.
Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor. The better the tea is.
It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling.
That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now?
Why dispose of it, naturally? And surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you?
There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Shamspeer.
Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam.
Right.
The point is, we are entering a new era of science, in a world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science! Oh, these are such exciting times!
I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock-Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Yeah, that clicked with me too. Oh my god. Huh. Lord Van Zeeks. Lord Beric von Zeeks, yes, it's an interesting sobriquet, okay, whatever he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage or drowning in the Thames. Or succumbing to a sudden fever, or, quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are by Lord Van Zeek's own hand. As it happens, Mrs. Otto, that is quite impossible. Oh, why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, so I've noticed. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into the trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection, and really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Poor Runo, I don't know if you're just incredibly lucky or incredibly unlikable.
I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Mr. Sato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed. It is an interesting observation.
Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Scholz?
Oh. It was about 10 years ago that Beric von Zeeks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion Hailed from the Empire of Japan. He mentioned that he felt betrayed. Okay. Betrayed by his friend? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... Fuck. The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. Ah! For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Fuck you! He knows so much and won't say a goddamn thing! It's so infuriating! All of these cases that he knows about that are related, and then he knows all these people, and he knows clearly about his partner now that I suspect that he was in Japan at the time, studying forensic science, maybe in secret with his partner. I'm suspecting. Why don't you say anything, you son of a bitch? Your T-test is an example of forensic science? So mad. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints? A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Oh, will we now? Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Bruno! See you later! Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking that you'd come with us. Oh? You were? I was? Yes, of course, you just said it a moment ago. Wait, what? You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Oh, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We're eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Bruno. Bye, Susie. I don't. Okay. And there they are, just working away. He's making funny faces at something on his desk. I thought he said he was gonna come with us to Mr. Shamspeer's room. No doubt he's preparing something, Mr. Naruhodo. Something amazing. Oh, he's sleeping. And he's doing it whilst asleep. Is there no limit to the man's talent? Yes. Okay. I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. So I think that every one of these, single one of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes blossomed from this very machine. Oh yeah, it's such a dreamy thought. I actually had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhodo, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please, don't do that again. Okay. I've made Miss Sato angry as well. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna go. I'm not going to the crime scene. We're going to visit Miss Green. Rat! What do you suppose is happening? It sounds like some sort of disturbance. Yeah, I hear angry voices. Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot, you were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustached villain gaveth me, forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. God a mercy, ample lady, bad thou cease. I have vigor still. Oh shit. Behold my Shamspeer dance! Oh god. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Ah, lo! 'Tis the lawyer from the land whence riseth the sun. How now? What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspeer? Mary, I do believe I returned unto another ward. He was looking, that's what he was doing, looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so dark you're clad. Faith, that thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. Oh, well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Anon, exeunt! Okay. Mr. Shamspeer might technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person. Oh, Miss Green, is everything all right? Oh, yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'd soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. Rat, 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 rat. It's still cute. So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Well, yeah, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening minding my own business. And then completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. What a terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly. Really? Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. Ah, yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. What if Mr. William Shamspeer is, her older brother? Doesn't that look like a young Mr. William Shamspeer? That's his, that's their brother and sister. Oh, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Their brother and sister. I see it now. It all makes sense. Was that there before? Yeah, well, okay, it was. Okay, so we're supposed to go to the room. Investigate it. Is that another piece of envelope there? Oh my god, the hat! Was that there before? No. I would have seen that. That stupid hat maker. That makes those patched up hats. What are you doing here? We were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. I know the score. Oh yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? Oh, sorry. I'm still on like Gregson mode. Did you find it with the tea in it? We found it all right, and there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Oh. He's not gonna be here. Uh-huh. Okay. Right. He's not gonna be here, no. Hi, Mr. Sholmes. I'll tend to you in a second. The ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During their heated literary debate, yeah. Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? It sounds like it was quite a discussion. Now that I think about it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. Yeah, I know. That's where my theory came from. That's fiction, Mrs. Otto. Let's hope it stays that way. It's not. So it turns out that Mr. Shamspeer wasn't eating the soap at all. That's right, the mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved. Yes, to pry his latest ice coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. Certainly wasn't hard to imagine, let alone deduce. If you ran out of change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. For the needy, London's winters can be very harsh. That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful too, then. I'm starting to wonder if Sasada-san and I are going to make it to spring. That's true, we don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone a gas stove. Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out, the ice coins melted as you established in court this morning. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Shamspeer must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. I do want to click on Mr. Sholmes, but I do like to save the best for last, as I live my life that way. Are you looking for new clues, Inspector? On Lord Van Zeek's orders, yes. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says. Psh. Oh dear, poor you. Yeah, poor me, because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say. Well, at least he's honest. Yeah, he do got the warm chips, I suppose. The sun never shines in this room thanks to that depressing bricked up window. Yet with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? Sounds like a very wise life decision, Mrs. Otto. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. What? Sorry. I felt something crawl on my arm and I panicked, and it was just a piece of hair falling from me and landing on my... It brushed my arm. Okay, that was embarrassing. Loki, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really appreciate the support. That was embarrassing. So the hats. Those are something I am only noticing now. All right, Sholmes, I see you. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? What are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Damn me. What's a great detective? One is always under scrutiny, it seems. Now is the time, Mr. Sholmes. Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? With the greatest pleasure, my dear madam. Oh boy. What's all this? All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Herlocker Sholmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shamspeer's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. Oh god, we're wearing the goggles. There, now spray the chemical indicator about, and all will be revealed. Spray, how? How do I do that? A little press of A on the area you're interested in is all I require, like this. What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator is a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Ah. Ah. I'm spraying.
Dozens of handprints here. So there are a great many indeed, so much that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. Ooh, sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture? Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene, after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Mrs. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery, then. Okay. I am spraying. I'm using Sholmes's thing to spray. Ah, the floorboard. Yeah, I noticed that. Look at all this here. Interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor on this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here? There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? Oh, wait, that was Susato. Oh, I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Shams. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yeah, there's no obvious explanation. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes's amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there, and on the wall by the picture. Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. What is it, Mrs. Sato? Look here, Mr. Naruto. One of the floorboards has popped out. A secret hiding place. Excellent work, Mr. Sato. So, what do we have in here? Oi, what are you all lot doing? Inspector Gregson, stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate that. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. It's not a hiding place if you can make use of it in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. Got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? There's nothing behind the picture, sadly, only the wall. How disappointing. How do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. There you are, a print for you. Photographic print of the handprints on the wall has been entered into the court record. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. His invention can make prints too? Huh, now then. I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor. I'm desperate to know. So am I. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Oh, they're well acquainted, all right. Inspector Gregson, really? It's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? Oh, I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as though we're such good friends.
We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure! Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what was under the floorboard. Alright then, fair's fair. You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind as fickle as the weather. Always stop making me out to be some kind of nut. There were 3 items under the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Why can't we look at it ourselves? Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving up in time in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. My goodness, he's committed a capital offense? A man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere, no one knows where. But now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now that you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we've got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. Oh! Mr. Garadeb knows, the Miss Green's brother. Huh. So this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. That's the brother. It would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garadeb, the landlord. The landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garadeb's son? Perhaps you can take that print if you like. Really, are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Is that true? It's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure. All the more reason I'm not telling you. A dismal failure! Yes, I heard. I wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shamspeer himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garadeb was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Now this tin box still looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shamspeer, give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruto, but anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Thin air, it's empty, rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to do with this box then, I wonder? Oh!
Oh, look! It's that lovely little cat. What was its name? Wagahoy.
Mr. Natsume's.
Oh, they didn't name the cat. Oh, is this where they take in the cat?
In between the 4th and the 5th case, like, they acquire the cat. It must be because of this case. Why don't we call it Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. And Ryunosuke named the cat. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat.
Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious
You're not British.
Here's something delicious I brought for you from the cat's meatmen.
Oh, kitty, 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 kitty. Oh, he's just gonna sit there. He couldn't be happier now, look. I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too.
Examine the kitty, examine the kitty. Oh, look, he's kneading the floor. Oh, he's being such a cute kitty. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, he's so cute, he's so cute. Ah!
That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai. He's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while, and we have an investigation to get back to. No! The cat! Fuck the investigation! The cat!
He's so cute! He's doing just his little stretch, and then he goes back to loaf mode. Loaf. Oh, he's so cute. I'm gonna die. He's so cute.
Oh, we can't like present anything to him. I want to investigate where the cat came from. The cat came from behind this wall. Is that not like really okay? That tells me a little something something, you know what I'm saying? Do I move or... Oh wait, did Sholmes... Wait, what did he give me? So we have these 3 things. So we have Sholmes's print of the handprints on the wall. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strangeways prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October, alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate. Medical staff arrived to find him already dead, but his capital punishment could be carried out. definitely miss screens, brother. I'm telling you. Alright, I don't exactly... Oh, the cat's here, so I don't want to move. If I leave, what happens to the cat? Kitty! I don't want to leave the kitty. Whack away. Mr. Garrett appears to be out. I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Fuck. I wanted to talk to him. Whoops! I didn't mean to do that. Mr. Natsume is back. Mr. Natsume, hello! I am a cat. No, you're not. I don't know who Mr. Natsume is or Herdlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Naruto, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has completely. So, what's your name? As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruto, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I am not a cat. I'm glad we got that figured out. It worked! He's back to the real world! What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that! It's obvious! My cursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate! Mr. Natsume, no! This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope. Yes, Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent and corners my lodgings! Here, there, everywhere! What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some other things we should discuss. Yes, we must. This morning's trial. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today being in that courtroom was it was the most moving experience of my life. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced, and they're analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with the tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn sworn Sosuke certainty. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely.
Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was hot bath for our bellies. And at the time, you were both completely fine? As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamspeer then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. That run, Shamspeer! What have I ever done to him? I don't recall him taking issue with you over anything recently. I've been holed up in this room immersed in my books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all! Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Yes, of course I am if I had money. I wouldn't have chosen to live in a cursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Oh yes, you said it because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly, especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place and it's trying to kill me! Capital offender? Might I ask, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire that next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps. I can't present anything or anything. Oh, wait, yeah, I can present. You mean this guy? What's this? It's a newspaper cutout that we found in Mr. Shamspeer's room. So he knew, did he? Sorry? About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. What? He's already taken one young man's life and now he's trying to take the life of another. A miserable mustache, much maligned Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. And at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garrideb's house. What, he lived? Where you do now? That's right, yes, exactly where I live now, in my very room. Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of capital offense? But before his sentence was carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse. What really is this curse that you keep mentioning? It's already caused one death a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room, the man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Oh god. Locked from the inside, exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Well, that was the start of it. Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. Ooh. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garrideb came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal. Lucky for Mr. Garrideb, maybe, but not so much for poor Mr. Natsume. And now you believe that this curse is affecting you. It is, at first! I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? And the dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and to try to suffocate me. And when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice! Why is your room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills up with gas. That's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeer last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garrideb's rooms. Oops. I didn't mean to do that, I'm sorry! Huh. Alright, a lot of dots are aligning, but we still have the question of... I'm questioning where Miss Screen comes into this. Oh no! You're too kind, I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. He thought I was giving it as a gift. Okay. I don't think I'm supposed to do anything else here. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, we're gonna go back. Maybe Garrideb is there now. If not, then there is more that I must do. Okay. Ah! Haha! You're here now, Mr. Garrideb. Right, bloody business it is for me, you know? Getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all that, not a trial to miss. The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings are some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? Oh, Holmes is here, Sholmes. I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. Stopped off the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. What brings you to my haunted abode today? A lot of things. Your lodgings. Seem some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bolly curse. The convict's curse, you mean? Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then that was the woman who dropped dead just outside the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobs wobbles, can you? When you say that the woman who dropped dead outside the street, do you mean Miss Green? because Miss Green, who was stabbed with a knife, and Mr. Shamspeer, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, and a fascinating history. Why? It sounds like the lap of luxury. Okay, Sholmes, you can stay here, and I'll make sure to set up a grave for you in a very nice place. I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up there? Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just come to my lips. That's fine. Of course. Some fishy fellow with from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Garrideb. That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away? Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone, and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on as much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspeer been lodging under your roof? That failed actor chap? Let me see. Of course. Yes, it's been 3 months. Oh. Only 3 months. He's quite new here. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garrideb, if I may ask? It was that Selden scoundrel, as it happens. The convict. So Selden and Shamspeer have some kind of connection. That convict chap, Selden, passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. That's only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow. Really? Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. 'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspeer, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered a while for rent. Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. However, I already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. Its ground floor is or nothing. Very well, we have an accord. Glad to hear it. Welcome to Briar Road. Lo, a Shamspeer dance to celebrate. Great. From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bully player, all right. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garrideb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. No, 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 what are you doing? No, 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 cease! Stop! Right now! Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What is Sholmes doing? And make it stop now. What's happened to you? Shakespeare!
Shamspeer, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know.
Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then. So, Mr. Garadeb, who is this boy? Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? Oh, no, no, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross. A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really. Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. Was he by any chance a lodger before Mr. Natsume? Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. So that would explain why Miss Green came by this weird road that day. She wasn't supposed to be anywhere around here. She came to check on her dead boyfriend. I thought that they were brother and sister, but clearly they are dating. So she was concerned about her boyfriend. She was going to see him. And then got the whole fourth case incident with the knife in the back and the passing out. I see. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little bit more about him? Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago after the criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. The smell of gas that alerted me it was. Ah yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked down the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all bodily collapsed. Because of the gas? Yes, room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out while the chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Roth suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it sent me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all the work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed? Well, that's the bully curse, the convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. That reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady, Miss Green. A love letter, you mean? Where did I put it now? Here it is, left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me. Let me see it now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Mrs. Soto, this is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me. Ah, makes it all better now. Yes. All right, great. Glad we got that covered. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes. No. Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I have no means of delivering the thing, sadly. Rather sad, really. That's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. I suppose you're right. Indeed. The intended recipient's address is missing, however. There is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colorful darling Olive Green. Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Oski-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mrs. Otto. Okay. Maybe I can present to him this envelope. Do you know anything about this?
Krista Ho.
Krista Ho! Thank you so much for the 26 months, J-Dot! I really appreciate it. Okay, I think we're done here. We're done here. Do I want to examine the room? I guess I really didn't, but I don't feel like I need to. Oh yes, everything is still broken. Good to know. Where to now? Briar Road? Oh, Miss Green, maybe. Let's see if she's at the hospital. Oh boy. What is it? Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. One moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Hello everyone, what are you all doing here? The doctor has said I could be discharged, so I was just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you, just doing? I had nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. We were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's all right. I don't really have anything else to tell you. All right, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can coax something out of her. The hospital discharge. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Hold on. I'm making messes. I shouldn't be making messes, but I'm making messes. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. Okay, I'm done making messes, I'm sorry. Once people are better, the hospital staff doesn't want them lingering and wasting space, not people like me anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Oh, I'll get her to talk. We're gonna get her to talk. So tell me about your boyfriend. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross, you knew him, didn't you? Oh God, she fell over. Oh God, oh God. Oh no, I'm sorry, the bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Miss Green, are you all right? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's all right. I just wasn't expecting it. How do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross has been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married. Whoa. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. That's what led him to Mr. Garrett Adams? Oh, he told me he'd found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. It's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green, she looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. Now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. I do hope that you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruto! Hello! He just spins in! Sholmes spin. Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize that you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Something which occurred to me, with some regularity, Mr. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened? Instead of preventing a case before it happens. That is what sets a great detective apart. Come again? Oh. Really? Tell me, is that why you were in Japan? Just kidding. I'm still thinking about why he was on the ship. Fuck, I can't stop thinking about it. Shit. There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruto. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. All right. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruto. I know you can. I can't. Okay. What is this? It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can be only described as a very tense atmosphere. It may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes. I skipped that, I'm sorry. Very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. Oh look, the rat's dead. Good thing chat spoiled it for me. Thanks, chat. Do I look at the picture again? Or is there anything else to see?
Chat, you should learn how to shut up sometimes. Thanks. Let me play the game.
Who would have ever thought he was engaged to be married to Miss Green? To lose one's beloved fiancé must be painful enough. But then Miss Green suffered that awful injury and outside her fiancé's former lodgings too. They can be very cruel sometimes. I would have liked to have a moment with the rat too, but chat kind of ruined it for me. I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out. Actually, I don't... This is why I don't normally read chat while I'm streaming. I'm just gonna turn it off. So that I... Oh, I need something else. Well, hold on, I'm getting myself situated so I don't let that happen again. Because that's on me. I know not to read chat. I will put this up. There we go. Okay. I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think... Ah, I see you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle that you had before has spilt out on the floor. And the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry, I will attend to the mouse presently. Susato's gonna take care of the mouse. He had a life, dude. No! Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Once we'd left, you would have put it in your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison? No! Miss Green, please, please talk to us. Nope, she's not gonna talk to us anymore. Oh, okay, there we go. Suicide! Don't do it. 10 seconds later, we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Ms. Green.
Actually, in a way, now that everything is out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted.
Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine?
Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out whenever he wasn't looking.
It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains.
I'm afraid I don't really know, but I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things.
It seems clear now that it contains poison.
Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no, no, it's all my fault. What have I done?
Shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection? Sholmes is gonna come in for the win here.
No, none.
He's gonna examine it and do his little chemical schmemical stuff. The letter. Oh. It's ripped. Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card.
It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th? The 17th? Okay. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. So that's why she was walking down when it happened. Okay. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month. That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road being the street that Mr. Garrett's house is on.
Does that mean that... Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day, whenever I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Goodness.
That's what you were doing on Briar Road that day?
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything.
Yes, I'm very sorry that you had to had to drag up such painful memories for you.
No, it's fine. Miss Green. Please promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end.
That's a good look.
It might sound a little conceited, well, that's how all of this made me feel.
Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind. We made our way to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear that we've reached the end of the investigation trial for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Naruto, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamspeer, Mr. Garrett's lodgings, the convict Sheldon. There are many facets to this case and we've yet to see the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling anyway.
I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean?
Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way. It will be hard to escape the grip of our friend Mr. Reaper.
Oh dear.
Barrick von Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're gonna come? Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. I think we've done all we can. So wait, Mr. Sholmes is actually going to be at the trial.
Yes! Let's go.
Oh, that feels so good. We're gonna have the help of Mr. Sholmes. And maybe, oh god, maybe that could end badly, but that's okay. London, the world's most preposterous city, home home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked up windows, the lonely lurk. Sosuke-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that's gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. I can't tell if this is the end of the episode or to be continued. Okay, to be continued. It's not, it shouldn't be the end of the episode. We still have to, like, actually complete the case. Okay. The real question is, do I keep going? I think I should keep going. Yeah. Yeah. I think I should. Or maybe not. This could go on a while. Let me think about this. The trials usually last around, like, this will probably be about 3 hours. I've made my decision. Let me pull chat back up. Okay. I think the decision I'm making is to do this on Wednesday. The reason being, I'm satisfied with my amount of gameplay today. And oh wait, stop. I'm satisfied with my gameplay today, and I don't want this game to end. I don't want to play it so fast that it ends really fast, you know? Like, I could do this right here, but I'm satisfied, dude. I'm a satisfied camper right now. Can I, okay, so we did just save, right? Let me just make sure. I know I did, I'm just like super paranoid. Okay, it says I saved. I'm gonna return to the title. Oh. Okay. But yeah, I think this is a good stopping point, and I don't want the game to go too fast. We did a lot of good stuff today, and yeah. Also, Ryder, don't worry about moderation. It is on me. I should get more mods as well so I can actually read chat more, because I haven't, I mean, I will admit, I'm sorry that I have not been reading a lot of chat during my Ace Attorney playthrough. Actually, I barely read it because of nervousness. I just know that there's a lot of backseat gaming and yeah. So I've made the habit of not reading pretty much anything. And of course, the one time I decided to read it, people are annoying. It's not like it was that bad. It's just annoying to me because that's like a moment of a reaction that I could have had in a moment with the rat, and it was ruined. So I was upset about that, but because any misreaction for me is sad. So yeah, I will. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. But regardless, I'll try to get a little bit better at it. Yeah, chat has been... I've noticed a lot of deleting messages in these playthroughs, so... Maybe I just need to do more reminders, because, like, there's always a lot of people coming in and out of these streams, right? So a lot of people that are new to the stream that don't read rules before saying anything in chat. That's also a big problem.